Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Great. So, we'll wait for those to join and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Okay, others will keep on joining. Let's do a quick recap in the meantime. So, yesterday we had taken up for discussion issues concerning tribunals. Issues concerning judicial activism. And also, I gave some statements that we can use as far as conclusion is concerned on questions which may be asked from activism, PILs, etc., etc. Then we saw tribunals. How are they formed? What is the constitutional provision? CAT, SAT, all these things, their advantages, their challenges. Summing up our discussion with the latest law called the Tribunal Reforms Act that is passed in 2021. And what is the problem there? How in the Madras Bar Association case, the Supreme Court did strike down some provisions, but the government brought it back in the form of a law. But that law is now up for challenge in the Supreme Court where it is pending. Yet another example of judiciary giving government too much of time to respond. Anyway, that is what brought us to the end of our discussion on judiciary. So after summing up LENJ, that is legislature, executive, judiciary, we came down to understanding the elections, starting with some constitutional provisions. Then the body called ECI, Election Commission of India, Article 324. Their appointment, their removal, qualification, conditions of service, salary, power, functions, all these things. Once we are done with this, we also saw the latest modification through a Supreme Court intervention, the Anu Barnwal case, where Supreme Court has actually, in this judgment, said that the appointment needs to be done now by a high-powered committee, a committee comprising of the Prime Minister, LOP of Lok Sabha, and of course the CJI himself would be a part of the committee. Okay. Then we saw the provisions of RPA 1950. There is a law called Representation of People's Act, a law made by the Parliament to deal with matters concerning elections. So RPA 1950 deals with what we saw yesterday was voters and their voting rights, categories of voters, etc. So the first topic we saw yesterday was the categories of voters: general voters, service voters, NRI voters. So some of you had this confusion. NRIs are Indian citizens. It is just that these people have been living in India for less than 182 days in any financial year. Those people are called NRIs. Okay, so if you live uh, outside India for more than half the year, you are called an NRI. Whether you are going to Sri Lanka or Switzerland, NRI only. Okay. Then we saw absentee voters and all those people who are providing some kind of service in the elections. They are also given the opportunity of postal ballot. Otherwise, there is only one category called service voters who get an additional concept of or opportunity of a proxy voting. Nobody else gets this proxy voting. That's it. That's where we had ended our discussion yesterday. Now, as we know, the time has come for continuing our discussion further, but of course, not before the standard 5 questions for the day. Okay, so beginning with 5 questions, starting with the very first question. So we know how this works, 45 seconds and sufficient time for you to mark the answer. Okay. First question, please. Mark your answers accordingly. Take a minute. I'll give you a minute. Read and mark the answer. Okay, it's like a proper distribution. Very weird, right? Second judge's case, of course, said that CJI has to be consulted, right? So 1 is correct. Fair enough. Third judge's case said that CJI should consult a collegium of 2 senior-most judges of Supreme Court. Yes or no? Because we are referring to High Court judges appointment, not the Supreme Court judges appointment. So it is a 3 judge collegium, not a 5 judge collegium. Remember this. 2 is also correct, right? Now, NJAC was created through the 99th Amendment Act. So this had to be correct. So 3 has to be correct. So all 3 are correct. D, 1, 2 and 3. Okay. Are we clear on this, everybody? Moving on to question number 2. Just 45 seconds. That's also too much. Oh, seems to be easy. I don't know, some of you have marked C as the answer, but that is actually An original jurisdiction. This is original. What is appellate? Appeals made from High Court to Supreme Court, civil cases, criminal cases, also constitutional cases. A being the right answer, right? Okay. Then question number 3. Again, I'll give you a minute. Solve this question. Okay, this was a slightly easier question to be addressed. I'll tell you how. Look at the fourth statement. The decision of the CAT can be challenged only before the Supreme Court by filing an SLP. But we now know very well that CAT decisions can be challenged in front of High Courts and then the Supreme Court. Okay, so that's it. So this is wrong. Remove 4 from the options and you get the right answer. There is nothing else required here. So the provisions of tribunals were added through the Swan Singh committee recommendations. Even though you don't know basic structure, but still, you need not worry. Why? Because you have removed 4, you have already obtained the answer, right? And why this is correct, you'll understand with a very simple example. High courts are court of records, and you cannot take away the power of high courts of this appeal against a tribunal's order. So that is what Supreme Court in the L. Chandrakumar case said is a part of basic structure. It is an integral part. You cannot simply make a law and take away the High Court's power of appeal. High courts are court of records, right? So that is it. Any court, any tribunal that exists in the country, the High Courts exercise judicial supervision. And this is actually a statement from Supreme Court judgment, just copied from there. CAT is empowered to frame its own rules of procedure and practice. Of course, has to be correct. So 1, 2, and 3 are correct. It is very easy to eliminate and get the answer. Fourth one was clearly wrong. So that's it. Yes, Aryan. This is actually in reference to all the courts over which High Court has jurisdiction. It never includes Supreme Court. Some things are very implicit in our statements. You cannot, when Supreme Court gives a judgment, it cannot treat people as small kids to write everything. Some things are implied. If you say all courts, it does not mean Supreme Court. It means all the courts over which High Courts have control. It is automatic, right? Anyway, moving on to question number 4. Again, 45 seconds. A lot of you have marked D as the answer, which is very surprising. Because we have not studied anything like this. How did you assume this National Tribunals Commission? I'm not really sure where we saw this kind of term, to assume things on our own, right? So this is a wrong statement, right? Will you agree, everybody, that 3 is a wrong statement? We have not seen this topic only. So remove 3, please. Basic understanding. Remove 3. This is gone, gone. 1 has to be correct. 1 has to be correct. They are not bound by the Code of Civil Procedure. That's what he said yesterday, that they don't follow CPC, they don't follow Indian Evidence Act. They are not bound by all these things. They are free from any such things, right? So 1 is correct. Then, unlike high courts, they do not have the power to punish for the contempt. That's information for you. Yes, they do. Some tribunals like CAT, etc. NGT, I gave this example yesterday only. NGT imposes fines up to 10 crores. If you do not impose fines, follow the fines, then NGT can give jail sentence also. So, unlike high courts, they do not have power. Sorry, they actually have the power to punish for contempt. So, this is wrong. Why? Because tribunals have also been given this provision that they can punish if you don't obey their orders. So 2 is wrong, B is wrong, A being the right answer. And last question for the day. Please mark the answer. Okay, I don't know how you mark this as wrong. The removal of election commissioners is same. No, it is only the chief election commissioner's removal, which is same as that of Supreme Court judge, right? Not the election commissioners. 1 is wrong. The Constitution provides for, no, the Constitution does not provide for age, etc. It is that law that we saw yesterday which provided for the age and tenure. Wrong. The ECI does not issue notification. It only fixes the program and announces. Notification is done by the president or the governor. But then finally, CEC and other ECs have the same power and receive equal salaries. C is correct. Absolutely right. Are we clear on this? So after yesterday's great performance, today not so great performance. Okay. Any issues, any concerns? Shalja, sir, B is wrong. Yes, Shalja. B is absolutely wrong. Please read the statement again. Go back to your notes again. Read the notes again. Read the statement again, and you will be shocked and surprised that the statement is wrong. Because the Constitution does not provide for that. I mentioned this point yesterday only very clearly, that the Constitution does not provide for these things. Oh, just 3 people got all 5 correct. Khushi, Priyanshu and Pranay. Amazing. Great year. Very good, guys. Then a lot of you got 4 correct. Gulam, Ayushi, Sachin, Venkatnala, Ravi, Surbhi, Chetna, Shobhit. Jyoti, Abhijit, Jayashri, Saurabh, Umang, Shamli, Nandini, Kapil, Arvankaru, Mayank, so on and so forth. Okay. So, nice. Very good. Okay. Snehata, sir, you had said according to Act, term 4 years for NGT, but today in CNA, sir said term is 5 years. NGT? What NGT? We are referring to the Tribunal Reforms Act, which is applicable on the tribunals which are CAT, SAT, DRT, NCLAT, all these tribunals. That is the Tribunal Reforms Act. Okay. What is CN? I don't understand CN. What is CNA? Any other queries or concerns? Legitimate queries and concerns, please. Aryan, that is not how statements are read. It is actually a verbatim statement from Supreme Court judgment. Understand that when we make statements, a lot of things are implied in the statement. High courts exercise jurisdiction over all the courts, which is a part of basic structure. It refers to all the courts which come under the high courts. It is an assumed fact, right? So you cannot question that, because you can't expect that even these most basic things will be explained in the question. Some things have to be assumed because it is implied, and that's actually Supreme Court statement. So we can't mark it wrong also, sadly. Anyway, Vivek, first question. Why is the last statement wrong in the first question? What is the problem here? 99th Amendment Act, did it not create NJAC? NJAC, remember this body called NJAC, which was later on struck down in 2015 by the Supreme Court. Forgetting everything. This NJAC, was it not formed with this Amendment Act only? I don't know. I have no idea what is the issue here. Anyway, what other disputes do we have? Yes, Vijay, we can say that it's par only. Kanish, confusion was regarding the scraping off, but the point is you have to match the pairs, right? Where is the scraping off coming into picture here? It simply says, did the 99th Amendment Act provide for NJAC, yes or no? That's it. Simple. Arey, that's okay, Sahil. Chill. No problem. These things will happen. Oh, acha, comprehensive news analysis of byte. Oh, CNA, that's CNA. I don't know why we are referring to CNA here. Okay, so that is it. And again, some people had a problem with this third judge's case statement also. But this is High Court. High Court Collegium, just 3 judges. Supreme Court Collegium, 5 judges. Okay. So that is with respect to the statements. Haji, Snehata, sir, NGT, members term. NGT is governed under a separate law called National Green Tribunal Act 2010. It's a separate law only which governs NGT. NGT membership is separate. NGT punishments are separate. NGT hiring is separate. NGT offices are separate. So NGT is a separate tribunal. The Tribunal Reforms Act refers to the tribunals like CAT, SAT, DRT, RCT, all these tribunals. So that's it. If you have any kind of concern with what is this basic structure, don't worry. We'll discuss that when we study rights. But this question could have been solved by simply eliminating the fourth statement. Anyway, so this was something that you could have solved. And this is something that you will experience in the exam also, where you will have complicated statement. But sometimes it's very easy if you remove Aksa, what statement? I can't explain the entire statement. What to explain? Please point out the exact statement to explain. Anand Padmanabhan, tribunals work under two frameworks. One is the constitutional framework of Article 323A and B. Now, under 323A, we have CAT and SAT. Under 323B, Parliament or the state legislatures can make laws and create tribunals. So those tribunals will function under those laws also, right? Are Aksa, which statement in question number 3? What statement is a problem? Please point out the exact statement 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So now you're saying question number 4. Anyway, I think in question number 4, in that 3, don't make it an SMS kind of thing. Yeah, write your query in one statement only. Others are also there in the class. Now it wastes everybody's time also, right? National Tribunal Commission, there is no such body only like this National Tribunal Commission. There is no such body. What is it to explain here? This body does not exist only. It is just some random creation we have done here. Think of it like this, right? So there is no such body. How can this statement be correct? Okay, let's move on now. I think it's done. Coming to our discussion at hand, Shalu, I got your message. There is no point in this. How much time should we give for a question, right? I think a couple of days back, somebody said give 1 minute. I gave 1 minute. If I give 5 minutes for every statement, then if others are able to solve the question in 1 minute, then I think you also should, right? Because eventually you'll have 120 minutes to solve 100 questions. So that's it. And this is meant for practice only. So please, we also have to understand the time constraint, be reasonable, be logical, right? Before posting the same thing again and again, please. Okay, now let's come back to our discussion at hand. It's always fun to read some comments. They just make my day. Nice. Anyway, so yesterday, voters, types of voters, remember? General voters, service. Is there any service voter here? Anyone who is serving in the police or any NRI voter here? Please say yes. Don't write no, it's okay, I understand no. Oh, Magesh is an NRI voter. Jayashri, NRI voter. Which country are you from, bhai? Amazing. Yes, also. We have too many NRI voters suddenly. Arey, your Mamu, no, it's okay. You, okay. Qatar, UK. Serving in college as a student. Sad state of affairs. Okay, so some of them are NRI voters also here. Great. So NRI voters, if you come back, you'll get a chance to vote. But then, apart from it, I'm sure some of you must have had some election duty. Like people said yesterday. So you can get either the postal ballot or you can go and cast your vote on your own also. Normally, your voting is fixed in such a fashion that, your duty is fixed in such a fashion that you have sufficient time to go and cast your vote, and your election duty is on some separate day. So that's it. Anyway, now we will be discussing a very important point. This is called right to vote. Now, I know you must have heard of a lot of things, but I'll have to clarify everything. And what I'll tell you is what is actually correct, irrespective of what anyone else says, because I'll give you a Supreme Court judgment also. Okay? Now, enough guys, enough Somebody says, I am from Jupiter, non-residential, Earthian, I'm just here to vote. Fair enough. Jokes. Enough of jokes now. Let's come back here. All the citizens, mind you, we are discussing RPA 1950, but because I have to tell you right to vote, I have just moved on to RPA 1951 for just one moment. This section only. We are still under RP 1950. For a small moment, I am taking one provision from 1951 RPA and mentioning it here. Because it is this section 62 of RPA 1951 which gives every citizen the right to vote. All the citizens whose names are entered in the electoral roll. What is electoral roll? Voter list, right? Shall be entitled to vote in that constituency. This is the particular place where the citizens get right to vote. That is why right to vote is a legal, a statutory right. Are we clear on this? I'll repeat once again. Right to vote, or the right to vote for every citizen, is a legal, a statutory right. Why? Because right to vote comes from RPA 1951. Of course, you are not allowed to vote more than once, right? Logical, you can vote only once. Not allowed to vote from multiple constituencies also, right? So you are not allowed to vote in multiple constituencies. It is again wrong. And you will not be allowed to vote if under the lawful custody of police. Lawful custody of police. There are two ways. Either you have been in police custody, lockup, police lockup, or you are in judicial custody. What is judicial custody? Are we aware of this? Jail. Jail is a judicial custody. Clear? Why? Because the judge sends you to jail, not the police. Police can keep you in the police lockup, but it is a judge who will send you to jail. That is why the jails are called judicial custody. You are in judicial custody. The judge has sent you there. So all those people who are in the police custody or who are in the judicial custody, they will not be allowed to vote. Whether you have committed a crime or not, we do not care. You will not be given the right to vote. Are we clear? Now, one more thing, just to clarify this point also. Right to vote is a legal or a statutory right, and this has been said by Supreme Court in the Kuldeep Nair case of the year 2006. Now, recently, and it was a 5-judge bench, mind you, it was a 5-judge bench, Kuldeep Nair case. Recently, there was a case filed in 2017 called Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay case. He was a petitioner. This case was heard recently only, where Chief Justice of India made a reference and he said that right to vote should be made a part of fundamental rights. But he did not give any judgment. He simply made his observation. And anyway, it was a 3-judge bench, but so it could not overturn a 5-judge bench judgment. Then in the Anup Barnwal case also, again this question rose that what about right to vote? So judges gave their opinion that right to vote, we should have this as a constitutional right. But they also said, since this case is not about right to vote, we are not passing any order or judgment. So far, the Kuldeep Nair judgment of Supreme Court stands that right to vote is a statutory right. It is not a constitutional right. Are we clear? Now, UPSC got this wrong. In 2017, a question was asked in UPSC, and the right answer was a constitutional right, which is a wrong answer. But what can we do about UPSC and its crazy ways? So these mistakes will happen. Right to vote, even as we speak right now, is a statutory right. It is not neither a constitutional, forget fundamental right. Clear? So basically, the idea UPSC took this from NCERT. It is mentioned in NCERT that right to vote is a constitutional right. So they borrowed it from there. Now NCERT, they vaguely form these sentences for the kids. How do I say? This is very improper as a statement. But then, yes, Neha, it is mentioned in NCERT actually. That is where the UPSC also got it from. So that became a problem. But for us, let's be very clear on this. Whatever anyone says, have full faith in this. In the Kuldeep Nair case, which still stands, right to vote is a statutory right. Anyway, moving on. Now coming to disqualification. Disqualification from voting. So we are back in RPA 1950. Section 16, RPA 1950. Representation of People's Act 1950. Back again. So yesterday we saw the qualification for voting. You have to be a citizen, age of 18, etc. Today we'll see disqualification. So how are you disqualified? If you are not a citizen, disqualified. If you are of unsound mind, disqualified. Or if you have been convicted, held guilty by the court, that's called conviction, held guilty by the court. Under these offenses, IPC, Indian Penal Code, Section 171E, this is the offense of bribery. If you are held guilty under offense of bribery, your voting right can be snatched from you. 171F, if you are trying to impersonate in the elections. Impersonation. What is impersonation? Pretending to be somebody else. That is called impersonation. So to prevent impersonation, what has the Election Commission done? Tell me. How do we verify that you are the person whose name is in the voter list? How do you verify? We verify by the amazingly beautiful photograph of yours in what is called EPIC. People call it voter ID card. Noobs, you are legends. You will call it EPIC. Electoral photo identification card. Confuse everybody and call it EPIC. People will go crazy. What the hell is EPIC? Second thing, to ensure that you vote only once, there is something called indelible ink. It is a silver nitrate compound. So when it is marked on your finger, it becomes black. And this indelible ink is marked on, for those who have never voted, you'll have to trust me on this, index finger. Left hand, index finger. For others who have voted, no, they would know very well. This indelible ink is actually manufactured by Mysore Paints and Varnishes Limited, which is a Karnataka-based PSU. So, of course, an Indian company which manufactures this indelible ink. That is why it's difficult to remove this, very difficult, and it stays for some days. So, ensures that you don't vote in multiple places. That's it. Okay. And let's say somebody is a proxy voter. Then for a proxy voter, it's the left, I won't show it, but I'll simply say it's the left hand middle finger, which is marked for the proxy voter. Are we clear? So don't ask me, sir, why this middle finger only? Because we simply said the next finger, which by chance is the middle finger. What can we say? That is for the proxy voters. Okay. This is there. Apart from it, see, if there is anybody who is physically disabled, a missing finger, missing hand, there are various parts of the body on which the ink is marked. That's also there. Right? So it covers various categories of people. So if you are found impersonating the elections, your voting rights can be taken away for a certain period that the court will decide. Okay. Then if you make statements promoting enmity between various groups, Section 125 of RPA, Representation of People's Act 1951, if you are promoting enmity between classes, it could be based on race, based on religion, etc. Okay. Then Section 135 of same RP 51. If you are trying to remove the ballot paper, removal of ballot paper. So earlier, we did not have EVMs. We had ballot boxes where you would have to put a stamp on the in front of the name of the party you wanted to vote for, and then fold the paper and put it in the ballot box. So voter slip was there. Now we have the button to press, EVM. So if somebody tries to take out the ballot paper, etc., disqualified from voting for a certain number of years, that the court decides. And lastly, Section 136, if you are found to be tampering, destroying, or even tampering with the voting equipment, meaning if you go to the polling booth and you try to press the EVM multiple times, nobody is watching me, press it 10 times quickly. What if my favorite person gets 10 votes? They'll get only 1 vote. You'll get disqualified. It is not your school or college lab, science lab, that you will break things. Okay. Please do not tamper with the voting machine. Your voting rights can be taken away. Are we clear on this? Okay. Now, one standard issue that you will face is that, sir, should I mug up all these sections? My advice is that yes, you should. You should mug up all these points. They are important. If you are convicted under various offenses like these, your voting right is taken away. It is mentioned in RP 1950. We have seen that UPSC sometimes will ask you sections from RPA. It has been asked before for disqualification. It can always be asked for voter qualification also. So it is very simple. It just mentions these things, IPC and RPA, etc. Just mug up these things. Yes, Karthik, that is mentioned there. Sneha, if someone is an accused of murder case, so if you are an accused, then what? Are you in jail? In denial of bail, can't vote. If you're outside on bail, can vote. And I am again repeating it. For how many years the voting right goes away, it depends on the judge, the punishment, etc. We cannot give a fixed time here, right? It depends. It varies from case to case. Somebody says, Parmar, sir, give example of 171E. Sir, when you become an IAS officer and somebody comes to you with a bribe, or what you do when the policeman catches you without a helmet, what are you doing? That is an example of 171E. Okay. So this is there. Swarufuddin, unsound mind. What is there to understand here? Unsound mind, if the court has given a certificate of unsound mind to somebody, they cannot vote. It is also disqualification to be an MP, MLA, right? Moreover, one more thing. If anybody has been held guilty of corrupt practices. Now, what is corrupt practice? Corrupt practice basically refers to certain practices, the definition of which is mentioned in section 123 of RPA 1951. So these two laws are quite intermixed. You'll find that at various places they will refer to RPA 51 also. Okay. So corrupt practice we'll see shortly. It would include things like creating or promoting hatred, giving hate speech, spreading animosity between groups, trying to bribe voters. Bribing of voters is a corrupt practice. Trying to influence the opposition candidate, trying to threaten the candidate, how dare you contest against me? All this is called corrupt practice. Are you clear on this? Okay. Then there is just one more disqualification, that is lawful custody of police. If you are under police custody, sorry, you cannot vote. Are you able to understand this point? If you are in police custody, right, you cannot vote. If you are in the jail, cannot vote. If you are in police lockup, cannot vote. The only exception is preventive detention law, PDLs. If you are arrested under PDL, what is PDL? Ignore. Ignore it for now. It is not required. We'll discuss this when we study fundamental rights. Are we clear? So we are just referring to disqualification from voting. These two disqualifications, these two are mentioned in RPA 1951. It may be overwhelming for you right now. Don't lose patience. Just relax. Just absorb the information. Ignore the RPA for now. Just absorb the basic information. Disqualification from voting. Okay. So, like this is section 11A and this is section 62. Clear? Don't worry about the sections. Ignore it for now. Just absorb basic information. Am I clear now? People who are in jail cannot vote. Okay. Now, here your voting right can be taken away, but for maximum 6 years. Maximum 6 years voting right can be taken away. As far as this topic is concerned of not allowing people to vote, it has a small problem here, because see, we had discussed this thing called under trials. Even under trials. Who are under trials? Remember, in judiciary, people who are in jail, they have not been convicted of any crime. It is just that bail is not given to them. They are waiting for their court date. Even they cannot vote. But the point is, can they contest elections? Yes, they can. To contest elections, it is allowed, but to vote, it is not allowed. Now you will say, why? Why is this the case? So see, the government says, if people are in jail, how will we make them avail of this facility of voting? You will say, sir, place the EVM in the jail. Okay. Placing the EVM in the jail has two problems. Problem number one, jail is not under media scrutiny. It's a closed premise which is controlled by state government. Place the EVM in jail, the CM will call the jailer, say, come on, use your stick, use the danda, every vote should come for me. And that's what happens. Secondly, jails are in one certain area only where convicts or under trials from various parts of the country come. Okay? So that place, the constituency, their voting will get disrupted because outsiders are coming and voting and who have no interest in the normal way of life of the people there. What else? We can use postal ballot. It is additional cost on the government only. Money is required, logistic issues. Or what you can do is you can say, sir, we can do one thing. We tell all the convicts, all the people in the jail, please go out, vote, then come back again. This will not happen. Okay. So voting inside the jail is a problem because the jail is controlled by the state government and lot of malpractice can happen inside the jail. That is why this is there. So these are issues and concerns that the government says, logistic issues largely, right? So because of that, no voting right for under trials. Apart from it, to also tell you frankly, there are a lot of countries which even allow criminals to vote. Canada, Sweden, Switzerland, Spain, Finland, Denmark, Ireland, South Africa, Croatia, Latvia, recently France. So many countries allow even criminals to vote. But here we are not even allowing under trials to vote. But sadly, if you have the money and you give bail, you can vote. Out on bail, can vote. Inside jail, can't vote. Simple. Okay? So this is with respect to the voting and the disqualification from voting. Shalja, how innocent a question. Sir, if a culprit in the jail and they want to vote, can he vote? Madam, it is not their choice. They cannot vote. The decision is very clear. If you are in jail, whether guilty or not, you can't vote. It is not an option for you. Sorry. You simply cannot vote. Okay. That is all that we need to know as far as RPA 1950 is concerned. Two basic things. Number one, types of voters. Number two, disqualification from voting. That's it. Clear? Okay. So that is all information that was required. Possibly you may expect a prelims or mains based question from these topics. It is possible. So why they can contest? Why they can contest? Why they can contest? There is a logic behind it. In fact, this did happen in Patna High Court in the year 2004. Patna High Court gave a judgment. That's a very old story, not really important. Patna High Court said that under trials will not be allowed to vote in the elections, contest in the elections. And in 2013, Supreme Court finally upheld this. This case is called the CEC, that is Chief Election Commissioner versus Jan Chaukidar. Jan Chaukidar is an NGO. So in the Jan Chaukidar case, 2013, Supreme Court said under trials cannot contest. Why? Because if you're not allowed to vote, you cannot, you are not an elector. If you're not an elector, you can't contest. But when this judgment was passed, the Parliament passed a law called RPA Amendment and Validation Act 2013, 10 years back, and immediately modified the RPA, allowing the people to vote if you are in jail, right? So people in jail can vote. Now, what is the logic of Parliament? They said, and please understand this point, how can you contest elections? You can contest elections by filling or filing your nomination, filling up the form of nomination, filing your nomination paper. It's a small 7-day window which is there where you can file your nomination. What if tomorrow is the starting date of filing nomination? Today, I am the CM. I ask the police, arrest all the top leaders of opposition party, arrest them, jail, on some charge, send them to jail. All top leaders arrested, sent to jail. After 5, 7 or 10 days, I tell the police, release them, let them go. Gone. But the nomination window is over. Clear? So this is the reason it can be misused by the party in power. And politicians know themselves very well. That is why they have collectively said that, sorry, we should not have this kind of provision. People in jail should be allowed to contest elections. Okay. That's it. Saran, how other countries conduct elections for criminals? Their ballot papers, etc., are there. See, largely in other countries, there are two issues which are not there. One is that in most of the Western countries, the government conducts elections. UK, USA, Home Ministry. Secondly, logistic issue is not there. Prison population is small, right? It's not like India, 5 lakh people in jail. So it will not be a huge cost also. We also have to look into the cost. Okay. So that is there. Shruti, you can download the PDF in Google, right? RPA 1950, download the PDF. RPA 51, download the PDF. Now we will, Swarufuddin, ballot paper is used, not EVM. Representation of People's Act 1951. Conduct of elections to Lok Sabha and state legislature. Please mug up this point. What is there in RPA 1951? These are the things that RPA 1951 contains. Qualification for people who are contesting election. Disqualification for people who are contesting election. What is corrupt practice? And who decides if there is any dispute or doubt of victory in the elections? Who will decide all this? We'll discuss this shortly under RPA 1951. First up, an information that you already know. These are the number of sections, etc. Not for us. Ignore it simply. Qualification and disqualification. How are you qualified to contest elections? Of course, you have to be a citizen of the country, age and all that is mentioned. We have seen that. Apart from it, qualifications for contesting elections. Now we are not focusing on voter. We are focusing on candidates. Are we clear? So, how does somebody get qualified to become a member of Rajya Sabha? Apart from age and other factors, one factor is that you should be an elector. What is elector? Voter. For a parliamentary constituency, meaning from any parliamentary constituency in the country, if your name is in the voter list, you can contest elections for Rajya Sabha from any other place. Do you remember this? Right? That we had seen this provision earlier also. Secondly, in case you want to become a member of Lok Sabha, apart from age and Indian citizenship, your name should also be there in the voter list of any parliamentary constituency. Right? Okay. Then, if you want to contest elections from reserved seats for SC, ST, then your name should be in the list of SC, STs in the country anywhere. If you are under the list of SCs or STs, you can contest from a reserved constituency. Are we clear? Then qualification for the council, same thing, small difference. Your name should be in the voter list of any Vidhan Sabha constituency. So your name is in the voter list. I hope you remember we had discussed this already in the chapter President and Vice President, right? Do you remember this? So for those who have not attended a lesson that could be a slightly difficult, please watch the recording and you'll understand it. And for governor's nomination, do you remember I had said that you have to be an ordinary resident in that state. Now please tell me, how many seats does the governor nominate in the council? Let's see, revision time. How many seats does the governor nominate? Don't you dare to write 12, please. 12 is for President Rajya Sabha. Fair enough. Some of you are right. Others absolutely wrong. It's 1/6. Governor's nomination is 1/6. 1/3 for MLAs, 1/3 for local bodies, 1/12 for teachers, 1/12 for graduates, 1/6 for governor. And lastly, if you want to be an MLA, again the same thing, your name should be in the voter list of any Vidhan Sabha constituency. So if I want to be an MLA from Tamil Nadu, my name should be in the voter list in Tamil Nadu. If I want to be an MLA in Kerala, my name should be in the voter list in Kerala. But if I want to be an MP, my name should be in the voter list anywhere in the country. Like say Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi is an MP from Varanasi. His name is in the voter list of where? Gujarat. That is why for the House of People elected for a parliamentary constituency anywhere in the country, but for the MLA constituency in the state. I hope this point is clear now. Saksham, your doubt also clear? That is why Mr. Rahul Gandhi, despite being, I'm not sure whether he's voting, his name is in UP or Delhi, but he contested from Kerala. And if you want to get the reserved seats for SC/ST, then your name should be in the SC/ST list of that state. Clear? So this is with respect to the qualifications. Clear on this? Please also tell me what is the how many seats for SC/ST are reserved in Rajya Sabha? Based on what? Please write. Reservation of seats for SC/ST in Rajya Sabha is based on what? The moment I changed the question, some people got trapped based on population. There is no reservation of SC/ST in Rajya Sabha. What is this population and all? Nonsense. Complete nonsense. There is no reservation of SC/ST in the Rajya Sabha. It's only for Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha. Okay. So now coming to a part of RP 51 which you would want to know. This part is disqualification. How is somebody disqualified from contesting elections? These are the sections. You have to mug up these sections because 3 times in the main examination question was asked. 3 times. Are you able to understand what I am saying? 3 times in the main examination. So please mug up all the sections. It is important. No, it is mandatory. Disqualifications. I hope everybody knows who this person is. Was disqualified from contesting elections on grounds of corruption. Right? Going to jail. Okay, Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav. Oh, somebody says, please write important on the slide. Otherwise, my saying this will not be enough. Okay, let me just spoon feed you very nicely. Important. Oh, cow feed corruption. Chara Ghotal, you can simply say it's a fodder scam. It's not cow feed and all, fodder scam. It's okay. Fodder scam. And let me also tell you, please don't look down upon the politician here. This fodder scam, the mastermind was not this politician, but some bureaucrats. And one bureaucrat who was a real mastermind also passed away. Right? It is people like you who are masterminds giving these politicians ideas on corruption. These politicians are innocent people. What do they know about corruption and all? They have no idea. You train them. You tell them. Anyway, so that is there. A very dynamic IS officer, I think amongst the toppers of his batch. He was held guilty, was in jail, and he died in the jail only at a very young age, I think around in his late 30s. Okay, no need to name anyone. Ignore that. Now, Section 8. First is Section 8 on conviction for certain offenses. So, when you break certain laws and you are held guilty by the court, you will not be allowed to contest elections. What kind of law? How much punishment? It depends. For example, this Section 8 has 3 subsections. Let me now help you understand. So first up, Section 8, 8.1. 8.1 says, if you are convicted for certain offenses. Which offenses? Those offenses are mentioned in that Section 8.1 only. You will be disqualified for 6 years plus any jail term given. Are we clear on this? Section 8, subsection 2. If you are convicted for certain offenses, plus you are given minimum jail of 6 months. Minimum jail of 6 months. Again, you are disqualified for 6 years plus whatever jail term is given to you. And Section 8.3 says, if you are convicted for any other offense plus minimum jail of 2 years, you will be disqualified for 6 years plus any jail term. I'll explain now Section 8, subsection 1. All these are examples of those offenses if you are held guilty by the court, irrespective of punishment. If you are given jail of 1 day, 100 days, 1 lakh years, or no jail sentence, we don't care. If the court finds you guilty of any of these offenses mentioned here, any of these offenses, you will be disqualified for minimum 6 years. And if there is any jail punishment given to you, add that also. Are we clear on this? For example, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. PCRA, this is for practicing untouchability, or NDPS Act, Aryan Khan case, or PCA, Prevention of Corruption Act. This was added in 2003. So some of you will go to jail in future under this law, because this is a law to prevent the corruption. So if you are held guilty by the court in any of these cases, what is going to happen is you will be disqualified for 6 years plus any jail term that you are given. We do not really care what is the punishment. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month, 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, we don't care. The moment court holds you guilty, disqualified. Are we clear on this, everyone? Section 8, subsection 1. If you further want to know what these sections are, I have given an entire list. Like section 153A, this is of IPC. What is that? Offense of promoting enmity, hatred between various groups. Offense of bribery, offense of impersonation. Section 376 A, B, C, D, these are all rape related offenses. 498A is the cruelty towards wife. So you can skip this. Need not remember. Just remember these 4-5 examples, sufficient. That's it. Okay. Now, as I said, next is 8.2. What is this? Here, if you are held guilty for certain kind of offenses, but you have to be given a jail of 6 months. Which offenses? If you are held guilty under Drugs and Cosmetics Act, if you are held guilty under Essential Commodities Act, if you are held guilty under Prevention of Food Adulteration Act, if you are held guilty under Dowry Prohibition Act, Drugs and Cosmetics Act, found to be, selling drugs, etc., illegal, and you are given minimum jail of how many months? 6 months. Only then will you be disqualified. Otherwise, not disqualified. Are you clear on this? So here, you just not, conviction is not sufficient. Additional jail sentence also needs to be given. You have to be punished with 6 months of jail also. Essential Commodities Act, black marketing, if you are holding and black marketing oxygen cylinders during pandemic, or Prevention of Food Adulteration Act, if you are trying to mix some things, adulterants in food, like water and milk. What else are adulterants? Tell me. Some common things that are mixed in food, like brick powder is mixed in red chilies. You would have studied this in your 9th and 10th biology classes. Who is mixing poison? Milk, urea. Okay. Surf in salt. I think surf is costly, salt is cheap. Okay, dalda, fair enough. Or a very popular adulterant is, if you know dhania, coriander, the coriander powder, not the leaves, the coriander powder. Horse dung is a very common adulterant in coriander powder. Horse dung. So now when you're adding coriander powder and it tastes yummy, you please understand and be very sure of where you have purchased it from, because that is the most common adulterant used in coriander powder. Yes, rocks in rice, papaya seeds in pepper, all these things are there. Some of them are completely shocked. Maybe they'll throw the coriander powder outside the house only. Don't do that. It depends on where you're purchasing it from and all. Anyway. Or Dowry Prohibition Act 1961. Dowry Prohibition Act. So some of you who will clear the exam will demand dowry. If you are caught and go to jail, punishment of 6 months, can't contest elections also. And this is anything special about the Dowry Prohibition Act? Anything? Okay, Sahil Pranay, absolutely correct. Dowry Prohibition Act 1961 was the very first bill to be passed by a joint sitting of the Parliament. Article? Which article? Joint sitting. Yes. Article 108. Article for the joint sitting. Absolutely correct. Great. So here you have to be punished with 6 months of jail. Only then will you be disqualified. If you are punished with 5 months of jail, no disqualification. Now, lastly is the third subsection. Now, these are just few laws, right? There are hundreds of laws in the country. Stealing, robbery, killing somebody, abetment to suicide, pickpocketing, so many laws, assault, battery, so many laws are there. If you break any of those laws, but are punished with at least 2 years of jail, imprisonment for not less than 2 years. So, the country's heartthrob, the most eligible bachelor ever on this entire planet, the leader of the nation, the leader for the youth, the beacon of ray and hope for Congress, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. He was held guilty by a court on grounds of defamation. He was given a jail sentence of how many years? Tell me, how many years? 2 years. Exactly 2 years. A person convicted of any offense, defamation, any offense, and sentenced to imprisonment for not less than two or more years. Mr. Rahul Gandhi, this is the subsection of Section 8 of RP 1951 under which Mr. Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified. Are we clear on this? So this is this was a bit harsh actually. 2 years is the maximum punishment for defamation. So whatever your political views may be, this was wrong. Punishing him for 2 years was not justified at all. But anyway, the idea is that it has happened now. And that's it. And the disqualification happens the moment the court declares the judgment. We will not wait for anything else. That instant only, the Secretary General of whichever house you're a member of will issue a letter and you are disqualified. That's it. It's automatic actually. There is no need for anyone to issue some letter. Clear? So he is not in jail right now, but that's he has appealed against it. There's a stay order. He's not in jail, out on bail, but he has appealed against it. Are we clear on Section 8, 1, 2, and 3? So yes, as of now, Mr. Rahul Gandhi cannot contest for 8 years. Absolutely correct. 2 years plus extra 6 years. Calm down, guys. Don't get angry. I am not against Rahul Gandhi. The court has punished him. I have not. In fact, I am saying that this is a harsh punishment. Opposition may be behind it. Who knows? We don't care. Right? Or ruling party may be behind it. Who knows? We don't care. Anybody can be behind this. Let's not make any judgments here. It's okay. Let the law take its own course. So this with respect to the punishment given by the courts. Are we clear? Should we see this now? 8.1, 8.2, 8.3. He came 3 days ago into Mukherjee Nagar. Mukherjee Nagar. Oh, no idea. Yes, yes. Disqualified from Lok Sabha, of course. Disqualified from Rajya Sabha. Disqualified from Vidhan Sabha. Disqualified from the council. Disqualified to contest elections anywhere. Not just Lok Sabha only. He cannot contest anywhere until unless the punishment is reduced. Okay. Sai Dinesh will discuss that shortly. Aji, what is defamation? We'll discuss that later on under fundamental rights. Now, Anand Padmanabhan, how these laws are implemented on candidates? How are these laws implemented on candidates? ECI checks. What if case is pending in the court, no judgment is there, na? I am saying conviction. Why this question? If the case is pending, then no problem. You can continue to be in. There are 2,500 plus MPs and MLAs across the country against whom a criminal case is pending. Pending case means your crime has not been proved. I am saying the court has declared you guilty. Convicted. What is a convict? Court declares you guilty. So this happens automatically when the court gives an order. Are you aware that any imprisonment, any such judgment against any sitting member has to be given to the presiding officer? This is the parliamentary privilege. Remember, parliamentary privilege. The House has to be informed immediately of the arrest, detention, etc., release of any member. So the judge will inform the House. And that's how the person is removed. Now, one more thing. Coming to this section only. Earlier, what happened was that there was also one section 8 subsection 4. So section 8(3) said that if you are held guilty by the court meaning any court, lower court, high court, supreme, any court, held guilty by the lower court normally because it is a lower court, then if you appeal against the judgment within 3 months, you will not be disqualified. So the simple provision was, if I am an MP, I have been held guilty by the court, now I appeal against the judgment in some other court, sessions court, high court, whatever, my disqualification is removed. Very weird. I mean, any person who will be convicted by the court, they will always appeal in the high court or the higher courts. Then what's the point of disqualification? So Supreme Court in 2013 cancelled this provision, saying that the moment you are disqualified under section 8, 1, 2 or 3, whether you appeal or not, we don't care, you are disqualified. You go and appeal. When the higher court finds you not guilty, then you will not be disqualified. Are we clear? So this section used to exist. It does not exist anymore. That was the Lily Thomas case of 2013. In fact, when this judgment was passed in 2013, Congress was in power. And when this judgment was passed, Congress brought an ordinance to cancel this judgment. That ordinance was torn by Mr. Rahul Gandhi only in the press conference. That's a full circle. Had this law been there, he would not have been disqualified. But this was actually a wrong law, because see, every MP, MLA, they are rich people only, they will always appeal. Right? They will always appeal. So it makes no sense. And once they appeal, we know how slow the system is. That's what I'm telling you. Just to give you basic information, December 2021 data, there are around 5,4984 cases pending in courts against either sitting or former legislators. Okay, of which 1651 are heinous crimes, meaning there are over 1600 former or current MPs, MLAs against whom there is a case pending in the court where the punishment is at least 7 years if they are found guilty. But the case is going on. The case is dragging on and on. In half the cases, the matter is pending for over 5 years. That's it. It's pending. What to do now? So the whole point is these sections will only be come into effect if the courts give a judgment. If the matter is pending in the court, then what do we say? What is the whole point of all these sections? So we have to expedite the court process, right? I mean, the seriousness that was shown by the local court in Gujarat in Rahul Gandhi's case should have been shown in other cases also, where far more serious allegations are there against a sitting MP, MLA or a former MP, MLA, right? This defamation is not a very serious allegation. Let me tell you, these kind of statements are made by lot of people, politicians on a daily basis. I mean, I'm not really sure why any BJP leader would support this also. It is making them look silly that you are trying to trap Rahul Gandhi into such a silly law, right? So that is the reality. Are you clear? So these laws will only work if the courts work properly. Otherwise, no point. Anyway, Lily Thomas is a very old case of no concern to us now. So this is all that we need to know as far as section 8 is concerned. 8.1, 8.2, 8.3 and 8.4 has been cancelled. Lily Thomas 2013. It's just one line. What to not remember? Here, what is the difficult part to remember? In the Lily Thomas case, which is also called the Basant Kumar Chaudhary case, the Supreme Court struck down, cancelled, declared void, inoperative, section 8 subsection 4, stating that the moment any sitting MP or an MLA or an MLC is held guilty under 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, they are disqualified on the spot, instantly. We will not wait for them to appeal and matter goes to court and etc. etc. No, it is up to you to appeal and all. Are you clear? So this is all that is required if a person is committing some kind of crime. 8.1, 8.2, 8.3. Okay, 8.1 for certain offences where no jail sentence is a condition. The condition is just court finds you guilty. 8.2 where you have to be given 6 months of jail, and 8.3 for any other offence where you have to be given 2 years of jail. Now some other sections like section 8A. 8A. If you are disqualified on the grounds of corrupt practice, as I said, this corrupt practice is defined under section 123 of the same RPA 1951. What is a corrupt practice? Corrupt practice would mean bribing voter or bribing a candidate Corrupt practice would mean threaten a voter or a candidate. Corrupt practice would mean promoting enmity, promoting enmity, meaning giving hate speeches. Corrupt practice would mean glorifying sati, things like booth capturing. So you would not know. Now we have EVMs and all, right? Earlier, we had the booths, polling booths, where you had these ballot boxes. People used to destroy the ballot box, capture and run away with the ballot box only. Those were also days of elections, where in some polling booth, somebody would come and pour ink inside the ballot box, destroying all the votes. So all these are called corrupt practices. Or one very interesting corrupt practice is, let me write this, use of government machinery. Use of government machinery. What is government machinery? People like you to win the election. This is what was the case where Indira Gandhi was disqualified. Use of government machinery. Meaning what? I'll give you a simple example. You are, let's say, a district magistrate. If the Prime Minister comes to your area to give a speech, it is your duty to make every possible arrangement, from mics to tables, chairs, everything. But if the same PM comes to your area to give a speech as an election candidate for his party seeking votes, except for security arrangements, it is not your duty to arrange for mic, etc. If you are doing it, then we'll say the particular person is trying to use government machinery to further his prospects of winning the elections. And this is actually disqualification. Are you clear? So these are all disqualifications. Booth capturing, meaning seizing an entire polling booth only, not allowing people to vote there, pouring in ink in the ballot box, all these things. So now we have EVMs. Let's say somebody takes the EVM and runs away from there. Booth capture. Okay. Here you will be disqualified for maximum 6 years, not exceeding, meaning maximum 6 years. In case of section 8, it's at least 6 years plus jail term. Here, maximum 6 years. Ayushman, has booth capturing ever happened? Hundreds of times in India, in various places. It used to be very common, right? Now we don't see this because of rise of media, etc. But it was very common. Now, section 9. This is meant for people like you, government employees. If you held a government post under Government of India or government of any state, and you are dismissed for corruption or showing disloyalty to the country. So mind you, if you are removed from your service because of corruption, then you will be disqualified from contesting elections for 5 years. Are we clear? So please don't get removed for corruption. On other grounds, okay, but don't get dismissed from service on grounds of corruption, because then you will not be able to take contest elections. So before they remove you, resign, or better even, don't be corrupt. Okay. So this is section 9. Section 9A. Disqualification for holding government contracts. For example, in this case, we have the classic case of Hemant Soren. He is, for people who do not know, CM from Jharkhand, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. So, this is just office of profit, nothing else. If you are holding any government contract, then you cannot contest elections. So the moment you hold a government contract, until you hold a government contract, you will not be allowed to contest elections. So if you want to contest elections, you have to give up the government contract. Are we clear on this? Very simple. Section 9A. A person will be disqualified if they are holding any government contract. If you hold a government contract, you will not be allowed to contest elections. Like Hemant Soren. Hemant Soren gave himself a government contract, a mining lease in his own name on the outskirts of Ranchi, Angara. I think around almost 1 acre, 0.88 acres of stone chip mining land. How can you give a contract to yourself? People would come to know. At least have some Benami contract. You are giving a government contract in your own name, right? Anyway, so this is there, right? So government contract like building bridges, building some project, roads, all these things are government contracts. Then section 10, it is also like the section 9A only. Here, if you are a managing agent, a manager, or a secretary of any government company where the government has 25% shareholding. If there is any company where a government has 25% shareholding, then you will not be allowed to contest elections if you are a manager or a secretary of that company or a corporation, just like office of profit. And lastly, we know this very well, that you have to submit your election expenses account has to be lodged. Lodge means to submit. Like you lodge an FIR. So lodge means submit the election expense. So whatever money you spend in elections, you have to inform the ECI. If you don't inform, if you have failed to lodge the election expenses and have no reason also why you did not lodge, you have no good excuse. Dog ate my sheet, file got deleted, computer got hanged. Make some excuse. Then you will be disqualified for how many years? 3 years. Are they clear? This section also includes plus exceeding expenditure limit. If any candidate crosses the limit, we saw limit yesterday, 95 lakhs, 75 lakhs, all this was there. So if you cross that limit, spend more money, right? And then what happens? If the election commission comes to know that you have crossed the limit, disqualified for 3 years. Hardly people lodge their expenses. No, Sneha, it is mandatory to lodge expenses. There might be a delay, but they lodge their expenses. You can actually file an RTI with election commission and get the information also. Whether the expenditure that they submit is correct or not, that is secondary. But they have to submit expenditure. That's it. Okay. So these are the disqualifications that exist. However, one last section, section 11. Election Commission of India has the power to remove any disqualification or even reduce the period of any disqualification. Whatever disqualification we have seen so far, if the Election Commission wants, of course, they have to give reasons also. Reasons in writing. They have to give reasons. Reasons in writing. You can reduce or remove disqualification. So today, the Election Commission can actually remove the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi also directly. They can simply remove it and make it zero also. not disqualified. Whether they do it or not is secondary. They can do it. So this is section 11. So section 8, 1, 2 and 3, what is that? 1, conviction. 2, conviction plus 6 months. 3, conviction plus 2 years jail. 8A is what? Corrupt practices. Okay. Then we have 9. 9 is for what? 9 is for government employees. If you are showing disloyalty, etc. What is disloyalty? It's not defined anywhere. If the government finds you to be disloyal, that's it. 9A, government contract. 10, if you are a member of a government company. And 10A, if you do not submit the expenditure or cross the expenditure limit. Okay, that's it. Yes, yes. Section 11 is subject to judicial review. You can go to court and challenge the decision of Election Commission also. It can be challenged, of course. That's all. We are done with the election disqualification of our innocent MPs and MLAs. This is how they are disqualified. Let's take a break. After the break, we'll come back and discuss some other provisions, model code of conduct, and we'll also look into some interesting issues pertaining to elections in the country. Break, please. Be back at 6:57. Welcome back, guys. So, yes, Avinish, that can also be done. Look at this, Tanu. Section 9A for how many years, Tarun? Till you hold the government contract. So it's not fixed. If you hold the government contract, can't contest. So it depends on for how long you have the government contract. Okay. Moving on now. Disputes arising out of elections. So what are the, or where do we approach to get those disputes resolved? So we know very well, any dispute involving elections of MP, elections of MLA, elections of MLC, they are all resolved by the High Court. You have to approach the High Court within 45 days from the declaration of the result. And this is section 80A of RPA 51. And of course, appeal will be in the Supreme Court. Clear? Simple. Then, also one more thing. Any person can contest from maximum 2 seats in one election. This is there since 1996. Okay. Before that, it was higher. And this is one, section 33, subsection 7. So you are allowed to contest from 2 seats. Like Mr. Narendra Modi contested from Varanasi, Vadodara. Mr. Rahul Gandhi from Amethi and Wayanad. So since 1996, there is now a cap set that you cannot contest from more than 2 seats. But interestingly, in UPSC you can only fill one form, right? But for MPs, MLAs, MLCs, they can contest from 2 seats. Now, in case there is any vacancy, what is a casual vacancy? Vacancy that happens is called a casual vacancy. Due to somebody's resignation, due to somebody's death, due to disqualification, this is called vacancy, a casual vacancy. So in this situation, a by-election should be held within 6 months. So we normally do not leave the seat vacant for more than 6 months. By-elections are to be conducted within 6 months. Then I think we know this, conduct of election, section 30. Announcement. Shruti, what is by-election? By-election is not a normal election. By-election takes place for one constituency only. By-election is an election which takes place for specific constituencies. If one constituency becomes vacant, elections in that constituency will be called a by-election. Okay. No, Anand Padmanabhan, if less than 1 year is left, election will not take place. Then, conduct of elections, section 30. Sir, first please. What first? What, Anushka? What is first here? Announcement. Who announces the elections? Please tell me. Election Commission of India. Who notifies the election? The president or the governor. Right? Then nomination, then scrutiny, then withdrawal, then beginning of polling, ending of voting, and declaration of results. And all throughout this period, something called Model Code of Conduct is in force. Model Code of Conduct will be in force. What is Model Code of Conduct? We'll discuss shortly. Till then, control your emotions. First point here means, and how to further explain this point, very difficult. It's a task for me. Any person can contest from 2 seats. As I gave the example, Mr. Narendra Modi, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, they have contested from 2 seats at the same time. But you can hold only 1 seat. But you are given the option to contest from 2 different seats. That's the first point. Okay. Now, observers. So, this is for people like you. You know what normally happens is elections, as you all know, is a difficult exercise. Biasness should not be there. So Election Commission sends some people who are called observers. Observers can be general observers. They can be counting observers. Normally, IAS officers are called general observers, or they are given this task. So let us say elections are taking place in Karnataka. So some IAS officer from Gujarat, somebody from Manipur, somebody from Himachal, somebody from Tamil Nadu, somebody from MP, they will be sent to Karnataka to act as a general observer, to act as a counting observer. Then we also have the police observers. These are normally IPS officers. Then sometimes we also have expenditure observers, IRS officers. They are made expenditure observers. Okay. So what is this task of the observer? The Election Commission may nominate an observer who shall be an officer of the government to watch the conduct of election or elections in a constituency or a group of constituencies. So they basically are given the task to look, supervise. They will not interfere in the day-to-day functioning. The returning officer controls everything. They will simply observe. And if they feel there is any malpractice happening, they can report to Election Commission and they can get the order issued to stop the counting of votes at any time, or also not to declare the result. So these observers can basically supervise, and if they find that there is something wrong going on during the entire process of nomination filing, campaigning, etc., they feel the returning officer is biased in favor of some ruling party or opposition party, then they can make a note of this and give it to Election Commission. Are you clear? Sakshi, that is different. That is for the counting of votes and mock polls. We are talking about the observers for the entire election process, electoral process. So right from the announcement, notification, campaigning, that observer. What if observer is corrupt? Then sit at home and cry. What do we do? Then you report to Election Commission against the observer. What if ECI is corrupt? Go to Supreme Court. What if judge is corrupt? Then what can you do? Go to God. What if there is no God? There is no limit to this. So if any officer is corrupt and you have information and proof, please approach the ECI. And if ECI is corrupt, approach the Supreme Court or the High Courts. Okay. Now, I think we have mentioned this yesterday only, presiding officer of a polling station. It shall be the general duty of presiding officer at the polling station to keep order thereat and to see that the poll is fairly taken. The presiding officer, dangerous job, managing the entire polling booth, the polling station, boss of the polling station, some government employee who was sitting in his office enjoying his relaxed life, playing solitaire. Suddenly you send him, come on, polling duty, remote area, sitting on a tractor, he's going there, swimming across the sea, he's going there and has to conduct election there. If anything goes wrong, problem for him. Apart from him, there are also some polling officers who help the presiding officer. We discussed this yesterday again. Don't mug up these sections, useless. Only remember sections of disqualification. That is all that is important. Other sections are not important. And one very important point is this. So have you observed our bureaucracy is so lethargic, so lazy, hardly works. You have to push them continuously, sometimes grease their palm also to make them work. But in the elections, they become very active. Elections are always done in time, no delay, nothing. How? How is it that the same bureaucracy which has been facing the allegations of being lethargic in general, delaying, excessive discussions happen, suddenly becomes so active? Because of section 28A. Why? The returning officer, assistant returning officer, presiding officer, polling officer, any police officer, everybody who is taking part in the election duty, they are all deemed to be on deputation to Election Commission of India. And during that period, they are subject to the control, the superintendence and the discipline of Election Commission. So basically, till you are conducting the elections, you are not a government employee, you are Election Commission's employee. And if your conduct is found to be unsatisfactory and Election Commission makes an observation which goes in your service file, please forget your promotions. No party in power will ever promote any such officer who is known to be playing favorites in election. So it is a very, very sensitive issue. So when you are in the election and the bureaucrats are afraid of only one thing, that is denial of promotion. So they are very, very serious when it comes to the conduct of elections and all. That is why this section works like charm, and hence our bureaucracy becomes very effective, very efficient, because they have to also save their post, save their promotions. Now, model code of conduct. That is sufficient information for RPA 51. Nothing more would be required to be known. So what is model code of conduct? Model code of conduct, think of it, there is a definition actually. Think of it as some kind of guideline. These are guidelines. All the parties have come together and have accepted to follow certain decorum in the run-up to the election, that they will behave in a certain fashion, will not misuse, will not create issues, etc. This is what we call model code of conduct. The origin was in Kerala back in 1960, when the parties said, let's not fight in elections, let the elections, yes, we are enemies, we are opposition people, we are in the opposition, we are against each other, we have different viewpoints, but let's not make it dirty. The fight should be clean. Fair is okay, it should be clean also. No dirty politics. Election Commission observed this. They thought it's a great idea. In 1974, Election Commission finally incorporated, called all the parties, discussions happened, and the party said, yes, we agree. So this is how the Model Code of Conduct came into picture. But frankly, the MCC was seriously enforced only in the 1990s by T.N. Session, the then Chief Election Commissioner. So what is the purpose of MCC, Model Code of Conduct? Avoiding any kind of conflict, clashes, fights between parties, avoiding clashes, avoiding conflicts, ensuring peace and order. Campaign should be fair and healthy, right? Level playing field for all the political parties. So basically, a clean election. Nobody getting undue advantage. Don't make personal remarks, all such things. So MCC has 8 different parts. Number 1, part 1 deals with the general process of good behavior expected from the candidate. So if you are a candidate, there are certain guidelines, like do not pass personal remarks on somebody. Your opposition candidates, don't make personal remarks. Don't try to get votes on the basis of religion, caste, etc. Don't make personal remarks on the history, etc. of the person, that I studied with him in the same college and he was a useless fellow, etc. Don't make all these things. I mean, rather make statements which prove that you are a worthy candidate, or how the opposition or how the other candidate will not be able to fulfill their obligations, etc. But don't make personal remarks. If you have to say campaign, don't start campaigning in front of the opposition leader's house only, right? Then part 2 and part 3, they focus on public meetings. So during the election campaigns, we know rallies are taken out by these political parties, campaigns, fields are booked. So when you take out any kind of rally, a political rally, please make sure the rally is taken out not during peak traffic hours. Don't harass the traffic. Don't disturb the daily commuter. Walk on one side of the road only. Take proper permission from the police. Take proper permission from the district magistrate. Use only the authorized route, travel route, for taking the rally out. Okay. No littering of the streets. No sticking posters randomly here and there. Right? Don't stick posters on the walls of other people's houses. So again, sense of decency has to be there. Now, whether this happens or not, we've all seen how these political goons behave during the rally on the road, right? It's not the big leader. These people who are normally unemployed and have no work, sitting on the roadside and harassing everyone, they are the ones who take control of managing the crowd in the rally with batons in their hand suddenly and some party flag on their bike. That's it. That's their day. With the party flag on your bike, no other person, a daily commuter, will dare not touch you or stop you. As simple as that. That's all that it takes to harass a daily commuter, is a party flag of any party. Any party. Okay. So that is it. Then part 4 and part 5 describe how the political parties and candidates should conduct themselves on the day of polling and at the polling booth. So on the day of polling, like for example, the RP also says that no carrying of arms. Don't take a gun only to the polling booth and say, come on, vote for my party, vote for BJP, come on everybody. That should not be done. Don't serve food, biryani, liquor. That is why we have dry day. What is dry day? For innocent people who do not know what is dry day, it does not refer to no rains. It refers to liquor shops being closed. Dry day. Okay, that is called dry day. New information for you. So on the date of voting, liquor shops are not open. We want you to be in your full senses when you vote. Not that the opposition people will, or the ruling party people, all these political parties, they will come and say, come on, take this quarter bottle, vote for my leader, and you drink the quarter bottle and say that is the best leader. So you want you to vote properly. Don't stick posters. Don't start campaigning in and around the polling booth only. See, when somebody is entering the polling booth, if you try to manipulate them by polling, then they may be manipulated very easily. For example, remember your school days and college days? Just before you enter the examination hall, whatever topic you had revised, that topic you remember perfectly. Other topics you forgot completely. Same thing. Just before you enter the polling booth, somebody gives you some kind of suggestion that vote for this person, this party. That is called manipulation only. So don't campaign. Don't use party symbol in the polling booth. Fairness. Okay, that's it. Don't carry guns, weapons, etc. Then part 6 talks about, now if you violate model code of conduct, then what happens? So if you violate model code of conduct, the election commission appoints officials, okay, and they can impose punishments. Punishments can be imposed. Punishments can be in the form of no campaign. It can also be in the form of fines. No jail sentence and all. Election Commission cannot give you a jail sentence. Or don't say for violating MCC death sentence. No death sentence here. They'll just say no campaigning. It happens to every leader. For example, I'll give you some very interesting examples. Mr. Kejriwal. Mr. Kejriwal, back in 2015, in Goa elections, he in a public rally told the people there, political parties are paying you 5,000 rupees. You demand 10,000 rupees from them and vote for us. Maybe he was joking. Election Commission did not like this joke. They, I think, banned him from campaigning for a few days. Or Mr. Amit Shah, when he had in 2015 gone to Bihar, I am mentioning famous leaders only. Bihar. He made a statement, when BJP loses, firecrackers burst in these mini Pakistans. He was referring to these Muslim areas, Hindu Muslim, religion. Please, that is not a good behavior. Don't use religion to incite any kind of animosity in the country. That is wrong. Number 3, Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi, he hardly speaks. When he speaks, you impose punishment only on him. What can he do? So, in the same Bihar elections, he said, and he did not actually make a big statement, he simply said, BJP always makes Hindus, Muslims fight against each other. It is an allegation. It's okay. But he was banned from campaigning. I think it was a victory for Congress only. But anyway. Or in case of Mr. Yogi Adityanath, or as our PM calls him, Aditya Yoginath, in 2019, the Lok Sabha elections, he gave this slogan, Ali versus Bali. Ali refers to Muslims and Bali to Hindus, Bajrang Bali, that god. So that's how it was. So again, not allowed to campaign. Or Mayawati was punished when she said to a rally, Muslims don't vote for Congress. You are directly calling upon a religious group not to vote for a party. So we don't know what is this obsession that they have with various religious groups and all. Anyway, that is the beauty of our political parties. So basically, not allowed to campaign, these kind of punishments are given. Then part 7 talks about the political party in power. Political party in power has a very, very important element attached to it. the ruling party controls resources. Like the interim budget, remember? In the interim budget, we know that the interim budget is only presented in the election year. Why? Because we have upcoming elections. Upcoming elections are there. Don't manipulate the voter. Same thing. Now see, let's say there is a chief minister. I am the chief minister of a state, and the opposition party, they want to campaign in some area. For campaigning, they want to book a large field in my city. They ask the DM for permission. I tell the DM, don't give permission. Now the DM says, helicopter of the opposition leader is coming. DM says, don't land the helicopter. Stay in air only, and then from there only speak. I don't care. So all these things can happen. The ruling party can simply misuse its position. That is why during model code of conduct, no new government schemes are launched. They are not launched. Okay. So this is there. For example, the very beautiful PM Kisan Samman Nidhi. What was that? That was just manipulating the voter. Or income tax rebate of 12,500. What is that? So otherwise, or see, there is one thing called election promise. You as a party in power can promise. You promise whatever you want to promise. If you have the capacity to convince people and make a fool out of them, that's success for you. But don't do it right now. Because when you do something, then the people feel obliged to vote for you. That is clear-cut manipulation. Otherwise, people know that politicians have this amazing thing of giving these false promises. They'll promise you the stars. Like, I'm sure most of you must have promised to somebody, don't worry, never-ending love, always meant for each other, etc. Where are you guys now? With different people. That's how it is. We tend to break our promises. So, same goes for politicians. They're also human beings after all. They also love to make promises. Promises are okay. But even then, Supreme Court has said this, that see, when you make such a promise, it should be within the framework of the Constitution. Okay, that's there. So this is there. And finally, Part 8 states that manifesto should be in pursuance to the directions of the Supreme Court. So Supreme Court has said that please, when you make any such election manifesto, what is election manifesto? Parties poll promise that if I win the election, I will do this and that. So please, within limitations. Don't make all these false promises. Okay. Also, now see, a lot of these promises, where does the money come from? We don't know. How are you making all these promises? Like Mr. Rahul Gandhi had, or the Congress gave this promise. One very good promise was to remove sedition if they came to power. But one more promise was to launch a scheme called Nyay scheme, where every, or not every, but I think bottom 75% people, 75% Indians. This is India. Don't make 75% claim here. Here 75% means half the planet. Please. 75% people will be getting 72,000 rupees per year in their bank account. Universal basic income. Nyay. Where will the money come from? So please, limits. Look at the situation in Punjab. All these promises, money. Where will the money come from? You are facing revenue deficit. Forget fiscal deficit. You are facing a revenue deficit only. And then you are giving a promise. So these things are there. But anyway, this is all about the model code of conduct. Okay, that's it. Now, one more thing. Model code of conduct is not enforceable by law. It is just a guideline. It is not statutory. Okay, MCC does not have a statutory backing. Why? Election Commission says, and very logical also, that see, if right now if any person makes a mistake, we punish them, don't campaign for 2 days, and they agree on the punishment. If you make this a law, then we punish them, then laws can be challenged in court. Then the MPs, MLAs will be able to challenge that in the court. And if they are able to challenge that in the court, then the entire process of elections will get derailed. Because we want to finish the election in 45-50 days. If the matter goes to High Court, you know very well what is going to happen. So this is there. Okay. So legal status, it has got no legal status. It is just a guideline. All parties have come together, largely follow these guidelines. Though, if you break, or if you, let's say, make some statement which is a hate speech, creating animosity between groups, that is also punishable through IPC. Section 153A, Section 295, Section 295A, Section 505. There are various sections of IPC which punish people for making such statements. So if you're making some illegal statement, then of course you'll be punishable. But that is not under Model Code of Conduct. So Model Code of Conduct is not legally enforceable. It is just a guideline where all the parties come together and agree on those guidelines. That's it. That's all as far as these elections are concerned. Part 4. Part 4 and Part 5 both are collectively meant for the behavior of the political parties and the candidates in the run-up to the election, to the voting day. On the date of voting, don't carry weapons. On the date of voting, don't serve liquor. Don't use party symbol. Remember, Mr. Narendra Modi using the lotus symbol on his Nehru jacket. Sorry, now we call it Modi jacket. So Modi jacket. Remember that. That is all wrong. Don't use party symbol in the polling booth. Okay. So that is there. Pranay, sir, if Model Code of Conduct broken, they get punishment from IPC, CRPC, RPA. No. If, say, for example, a Model Code of Conduct is that don't make personal remarks against the opposition members or other leaders, your opposing candidates. Now, I make a remark, that fellow, he is trying to contest elections. He scored 31 marks in his maths examination in class 10th. Now, it is a violation of MCC, but it is not some legal punishment. There is no law which says that if you make a remark against somebody's 10th marks, then it's sent him to jail. So sometimes if I make a statement that, see, religious groups, don't vote for that religious group, that is actually trying to create animosity. Okay. So in that sense, it is possible that sometimes when you make a hate speech, it is also violating a law. Okay. In which part voters give money comes? Part 4 only. Part 4. Voters should not be given money. Okay, solve this question. Came in 2021 in the prelims examination. Right? Oh, sorry, poll. I forgot the poll only. Okay. In India, there is no law restricting the candidates from contesting in one Lok Sabha election from 3 constituencies. There is a law. Yes or no? One is wrong. Remove these two. Is there no law? Don't we have Section 33, subsection 7 of RPA 1951, which says that you cannot contest from 2 seats or more than 2 seats? There is a law. Number 3. Now, number 2 is a difficult statement. In 1991 Lok Sabha elections, Shri Devi Lal contested from 3 Lok Sabha constituencies. Now, we can't know all this information. Whether somebody is contesting from 3 Lok Sabha constituencies or 2 or 1, it's impossible to keep a track of. But let's look at and see. Because 2 is there in both of them, 2 has to be correct. You don't need to know about 2. It is correct. And actually, Shri Devi Lal did contest from 3 Lok Sabha constituencies. Sikar, Rohtak and Firozpur. 3 constituencies. Imagine had he won from all 3, what would have happened? By-election in 2 constituencies. He lost from all 3 constituencies. As per the existing rules, if a candidate contests in one Lok Sabha elections from many constituencies, his or her party should bear the cost of by-election to the constituency vacated by him in the event of him winning in all the constituencies. What is the meaning of this? For example, this statement: Narendra Modi contested elections in 2014 from these 2 constituencies. Yes or no? He won both. He kept his seat and he left from here. In Vadodara, we had by-election. Yes or no? Who conducted the by-election? Election Commission. Who funded it? Government of India, taxpayers' money. BJP did not fund it. But BJP took the advantage, playing it safe. Why will you contest from 2 seats? To play safe. So, there is no such, though there are guidelines, there are recommendations by Dinesh Goswami Committee, NCRWC, that if anybody is trying to play safe contesting from 2 seats and wins both the seats, because he can only keep 1 seat, the other seat where by-election is happening, there the party should be asked to fund, not the what? The government. But you are trying to play safe. Why should the government pay money, taxpayers' money? The party should fund for the next round of elections. It may take 4 to 5 crore rupees to conduct elections in one constituency. People's money is being wasted just because some candidate wanted to play safe from 2 seats. Okay, that's there. XY 2019, no, it is 2014 only. 2019 he contested only from Varanasi. In 2019, Rahul Gandhi contested from 2 seats. Anant Padmanabhan, sir, why is the PM not arrested or given case that he used lotus symbol and entered the polling center? You just phrase questions from examples I give. Does the PM is the PM of the law or executive of it? I think the second part is correct. Why will PM be above the law? But one more thing, just to mention this point here, MCC is not applicable on Prime Minister, because Prime Minister has to also perform some ceremonial functions. So MCC is not applicable on the Prime Minister. It is applicable on everybody else. But you cannot actually say the Prime Minister will not campaign, etc., because he is also the leader of the nation. So he has to meet dignitaries, etc. So that's there, excluding him. Are we clear on the, as well as the president? Why will president campaign for anybody? Number 3, are we clear on the third statement, everybody? So there is no law in the country as far as the current situation is concerned. D is wrong. B2 only. Yash did not understand the third point. Just look at this example. In 2014, Narendra Modi contested from 2 seats. He won both the seats. You cannot keep both the seats. You have to keep only one seat. He kept Varanasi. He gave up Vadodara. In Vadodara, because seat is vacant, we had to conduct a fresh election. Right? For the fresh election, who bears the cost? Government bears the cost. Election Commission bears the cost. People's money is wasted because Narendra Modi wanted to play safe. The statement says, as per rules, if a candidate contests and wins, his party has to fund. The party does not bear the cost. In fact, this statement is wrong, but it is a recommendation that party should be made to bear the cost. Okay, that's it. We are done with the elections, RPA 50, RPA 51. Now coming to some electoral issues from where possibly questions can be asked. So, two issues. One topic, electoral bonds. Issue number one, compulsory voting. So before that, let me take a poll. Now we do not have any MCQs. MCQs are done for the day. That's all the MCQs we had. So I am showing you the leaderboard. This is the final leaderboard for the day. So we have now even lesser people, Khushi and Pranay, the two toppers here. Then Ayushi, Sachin, Venkatnala, Ravi, Surbhi, Chetna, Priyanshu, Abhijit, Saurabh, Umang, Nandini, Arvankaru, Mayank, and Saran, and Vamsi. Then we have people with 4 correct out of 6. Okay, that's the leaderboard for the day. Good work, toppers. Great. Now, I'll take a small poll. Only those people should mark who are eligible to vote. Those who are under 18, have just turned 18, etc., please don't take the poll. Simple poll, 10 seconds, 2 options. All those people who were eligible to vote, how many of you have voted? Mark A for yes, B for no. A for yes, B for no, if you have voted in the elections. Okay, a lot of you did not vote. Now please tell me, why did you not vote? Give me reason. It could be a very genuine reason. Those who have turned 18, forget it. Nobody cares about you right now. Don't get emotional. Those who had the chance to vote and did not vote, I just want your response. Don't have faith in anyone. No time, change of state. Voter ID not there. Again, the same old story. Guys, are you able to understand what I'm saying? Those who are not eligible to vote, don't give this reason. I understand. I respect your emotions. You are not of the age to vote. Forget that. I am saying people who had the chance to vote, who were of the voting age and elections took place in that area, then did not vote. You give your reasons. Others don't give reason, not of eligible age, etc. Out of country due to clashes in polling booths. Corruption. Parmar, explain that. What is corruption? Live in other place, not understanding the party. Don't believe in democracy. Harsh, what is this? One vote doesn't matter, Shivani, okay? Snehlata is very angry at the quality of candidates out of station. Don't trust only. Cheater political leader. Oh. Exams were there. Out of time, no, out of town, traveling, inconvenience, enjoying holiday. Because it is not compulsory, distance is long, no faith. Okay, basically most of you either said no trust or you are living in some other state. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. So, see, when it comes to compulsory voting, there is this element that is there called voter apathy. Apathy means disinterest. Why is the voter in general disinterested? It could be time factor, it could be distance as a factor, it could be value of one vote. What is the value of your vote? Of course, you will say one vote has no value. And frankly, there has not been a single case except two where somebody has won by one vote only. In the group of 10 lakh people of a constituency, what is the value of one vote? Though there was a case of A.R. Krishnamurthy from JDS who lost to R. Dhruv Narayan from Congress in Karnataka in 2004 assembly elections, one vote. And I always take this example, the very famous case of C.P. Joshi. C.P. Joshi was a Congress chief in 2008 in Rajasthan, all slated to become the CM if Congress won. And what happened? He lost by one vote to Kalyan Singh Chauhan from BJP. And Ashok Gehlot became the chief minister because Congress won. And C.P. Joshi, his wife did not go to vote on the day of polling. She had gone to the temple to pray to God. Maybe the God's way of saying was, you have come to the wrong place. My child, you should have gone to the polling booth instead. Anyway, so this is there. Don't give example of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. Atal Bihari Vajpayee's one vote loss was a vote in the parliament by the MPs, not by people. I'm talking about elections, not the voting for government. Also, some people said this, awareness about the process, how to get voter ID card, etc. Not trust, let's use the word quality of leaders, or call them quality of politicians. Why to call them leaders? Various factors. But let's also understand one thing. I mean, when we are saying that voting is very important as a task, what is the situation in India for voting? In India, at least in 2019 elections, 67.4% was the voter turnout, meaning roughly 60 crore people went out to vote. In USA in 2020, it was 66.7%. So our voter turnout is better than USA or even UK. UK was 63%. Of course, countries with compulsory voting, there are 28 such countries. There the voter turnout has to be very high. Belgium, The people who go out to vote, 87% to 90%. Say Sweden or South Korea, Turkey. Turkey is a very good example. 90%, right? So, Swarufuddin, out of 100%? Percent means what? Percent per 100. That is the meaning of percent. Anyway, so this is what is compulsory voting, right? That out of say 90 crore people who were allowed to, we'll only take into account the electors, right? We can't add kids and all, not the population, voters. The voter turnout, read the statement, voter turnout. Of the total voters, 67% people went to vote. India does not fare very badly, frankly. It's not that our voter turnout is 30%, people don't vote. But still, we do have an issue of a low voter turnout in general. That is there, definitely. And a lot of people on the social media would give gyan. Let's vote, mandatory voting, right? But never go to vote. So, one more thing. One more poll. Poll for everybody. Everyone. How many of you feel that in India voting should be compulsory, mandatory? Mandatory. A for yes, B for no. No right, no wrong answer. Just mark. A for yes, mandatory voting should be there, or else punishment. B for no. Oh, it's almost 50-50. So we should have mandatory voting. Okay. What is the advantage of compulsory voting? So of course there are some advantages, like we can have an increased voter turnout. Possibly 7 to 17%. Okay. Now, but tell me something. How will we enforce it? Tell me. All those who have said yes, compulsory voting, what if you do not go and vote? What kind of enforcement or punishment are we going to give? Through law, but what punishment? Impose a fine. How much fine? Ban for 1 year. Ban from what? 5K. Salary deduction for those who don't have a salary. For what for them? 1,000 rupees fine. 1 kg rice from ration. If I don't take a ration, then what will you do? Not enjoy policies. How can you remove somebody from policies? Increase the tax for them only. What if they are not paying tax? Then not eligible to vote in next elections. That's what they want. Never vote only. MLA MP should not help them, as if MLA MP is helping them. Remove from government policy. There are a lot of rich people who are not taking any benefit of any government policy. So what for them? Right, I will vote next time 100 times. What if they don't write? Hang them. Cut reservation. What if they don't take a benefit? 6 to 9 hours of jail. Jail sentence. Cut the electricity. Cancel the Indian citizenship only. Please, calm down. It's okay. People are saying hang them, kill them, take away their citizenship only. Understand that if you impose any kind of fine, make them watch a Salman Khan movie. No, I won't make all this statement, please. Bhaijan's fans are everywhere. So Maybe making them watch a KRK movie is a bigger punishment. But anyway, so see, imposing monetary fines, that is wrong. I tell you why. Because rich people can afford it, poor cannot. If you impose a fine of 1,000 rupees, most people here will simply throw the money and say, come on, fine. But a poor migrant laborer will have to now come back and vote. So the problem is increasing voter turnout will also depend upon type of punishment and will also depend upon strict enforcement. If this does not happen, then what do we do? We can follow Brazil. In case of Brazil, they take away driving license only for people who don't want to vote or don't vote. Secondly, in case of Brazil, all those people who don't vote, they are not allowed to sit for the government job examinations. So if we have that in India, if they have that in India, then maybe at least all UPSC aspirants will vote. Okay. Anyway, so that's of course there increases the voter turnout. Secondly, it also increases people's participation. That's there. More people participate. We get a better mandate, very true kind of mandate. Weaker sections amongst all the groups, weaker sections get a voice. Poor people, the marginalized sections, etc., they get a voice. Then it will lessen the need for large sums of money in campaign. So basically what happens right now is political parties say we want more money to spend to make people aware of the benefits of voting. So our money is spent in making people aware. If voting is mandatory, then less money is required because people have to make themselves aware on everything, right? As far as weaker section getting voice, right now lot of the marginalized and poor people may not go to vote. You are maybe a Dalit working in somebody's farm, voting not compulsory. Your boss says, come on, work. Where are you going to vote and all? If voting is compulsory, your boss has to give you the chance to vote. He has to give you the leave, which is mandatory. So everybody gets a voice. But I will also have to vote, right? So this is there. Then it will make campaigns broader. So right now, political parties also know which groups vote. And their entire campaign is geared towards that group only. So if women don't vote, my political party why will I focus on solving women's issues? If NRIs don't vote much because it's very costly, why will I focus on solving their issues? So women, maybe scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, NRIs, all these people, their aspirations, their expectations will be taken into consideration. Then it will encourage voters to better educate themselves. So right now, the voters have no interest in voting. But if voting is compulsory, right, then what will happen? You know it is mandatory. You have to go and vote. Why not make yourself more aware, in the sense that read about the candidates, find out about their policies, the statements they make, the speeches they make, how they conduct themselves, their criminal background. So the voter will now show more interest in educating himself or herself, that if I have to vote, let's do it properly. Then it will make elections a more serious affair. The biggest problem that we have is, by calling this election festival of democracy, it is not some festival to celebrate. It's a very serious day, wherein we are voting and choosing the fate of our nation, right? It's not something very casual and fun-filled activity. No, it's not an activity. It's like, how some politicians, some parties in various states, they make all these tourism spots around the temples and mosques and all these places. No, no, no. These are not tourist spots. There's a basic flaw in understanding. Same thing. Voting is not some fun-filled activity. It's a very serious affair. And look at what we have to do right now. What it has got down to. Now we are bribing people to vote. How? Show your stained finger, get a burger free. Show your finger with the ink, and some food joints offer you a free burger. How we train dogs? The top qualities of a good dog include, number one, high food drive. Dogs work on food drive. You give them food and train them. You train them, you give them food, rewarding for good behavior. That's how dogs are trained. Now people are being trained. You vote, come on, take a free burger, a burger thrown on our face. Why? Because I performed my duty towards my country. So is that what it has come down to? A free burger. So it also is shameful that we have to push our voters in this manner. That, come on, one biscuit please, come on, vote. So this is very bad. It does not reflect nicely on the people of this country, that we have to be manipulated through burgers and pizzas and toffees and chocolates and pastries. And lastly, see, right now when you go to the polling booth, let's say your name is not there in the polling booth, what happens? You feel sad, you come back, name was not there. How to post my photograph on Instagram? But if voting is compulsory and it is a punishable offense, let's say, then you will raise a hue and cry there that why is my name not there in the voter list? I have to vote. Election Commission will have to take extremely steps to the extreme level to ensure that no mismatch happens. Voting process is simple, right? NRIs get a chance to vote, e-postal ballot, reforms, etc. Migrants get the chance to vote. Students who are studying outside get a chance to vote. The process gets simplified. ECI will be forced into doing it. Right? So that's again an advantage. Now, all said and done, what are some challenges in making voting compulsory? See, challenge number one. Here we are referring to democracy, right? Democracy and coercion. How will they go hand in hand? Is it possible? You are referring to a democratic setup, right? And you want to give people chance to express themselves. Right to, or the freedom of speech and expression also includes the freedom of silence. In fact, under RPA, Section 79D of RPA 1951, it is actually mentioned there. Right to vote includes Right not to vote. Refrain from voting. It is mentioned there that right to vote includes right not to vote. It's okay. That is the beauty of democracy. Coercion and democracy, force and democracy will never go hand in hand. Secondly, it may decrease the interest in general. How? Look at your life only. One fine day, you plan to study. After wasting 6 hours on Instagram and YouTube shorts the previous night, you are very depressed. Now you say, today I'll study. You get up in the morning, arrange your bed, take bath early in the morning, and just as you are about to open your book, your mom comes and says, always wasting time, never studying. I don't know what he or she is doing. Now you get pissed off that I was about to study. Now, since she has made this statement, I won't study. That's the whole point. When you force people into doing something, people's interest decreases in that. Okay, it becomes a forceful activity, lesser interest, and it may encourage informal voting, which is what we call donkey vote. What is donkey votes or informal voting? See, voting is compulsory. Let's say voting is made compulsory. You have to go and vote. What will you do? You go to the polling booth, see the EVM, press any button and move from there. In fact, you'll run, press button and run away from there as quickly as possible. Why? Because you don't want to waste a single moment in the polling booth. You don't even see which candidate is there, what name is there. Any button you come across, you press the button and run away from there. Task over. So that is called informal voting. In fact, this donkey vote was a concept in Australia. So in Australia, they have this list system. So you have to mark preference just like the president's election in our country. So names are mentioned, you have to give preference 1, 2, 3, 4. So what was found in Australia was that people would take the polling ballot paper and start marking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. In the same order, without reading which person's name is on the top, who is second, nothing. Right? Run away from there. Task over. And also, it will increase the law enforcement cost. Firstly, enforcing punishment. How to enforce punishment? Secondly, very important element, whatever fine punishment you impose, see, even in those countries where voting is not, or where voting is compulsory, the voter turnout is never 100%, right? Frankly, on the day of voting, hundreds of things can go wrong. What if you are in a coma? Will you come crawling and then press the EVM button and die there only? Of course not. What if you meet with an accident? What if somebody in the family is sick? There are hundreds of things that can go wrong, but punishment is imposed. You will challenge it. Where? High Court. 30 crore people did not vote. Imagine 30 crore people are challenging the punishment in the High Court. 30 crore pending cases. The judges will have to die, commit suicide. No option. This is the level of the issue that we are referring to of compulsory voting can have this extreme disastrous effect also. So, challenging punishments in courts. So, all these issues are a part and parcel of increasing the law enforcement costs. Then what do we do? What do we do? Right? So what we'll do, is we will not force people. Let there be choice. That's the beauty of our democracy, right? Persuade people through various means possible. Persuade. Like this. This is a meme made by ECI only. Okay. For those who don't know, this is a climax from a very popular Hindi movie called DDLJ, Dilwale Dulhania Le Jayenge. Okay. Persuade, make people aware, send SMSs, ad campaigns, rope in stars, celebs, etc. That's there. Do this. In fact, we already are celebrating the National Voters Day, don't we? So on the 25th of January, we celebrate National Voters Day. So this is a very good step that Raj is a voter. Please go, Simran, live with Raj. Telling people, what if you go to the polling booth and meet the love of your life? Not on Tinder or Bumble, but on the polling booth. Maybe at least young people will come out on the polling booth, meet people who are like-minded, meet people who have the same goals in life. But please, don't feel that you'll meet your love of your life on the polling booth. Okay, don't go with this expectation. You please focus on the voting only there. Okay. And then incentives, not monetary incentives. Incentives in the form of some certificate. See, the moment you start bringing money into voting, it'll be a problem. And number two, we have 60, 70 crore voters. We cannot bribe every voter. That will require huge costs, right? So don't bring money into voting, but yes, we can actually, give them some kind of certificate that they can use in the Instagram profile, etc. Online certificate, online recognition, posting names, etc. So incentivize in that form. Not monetary, but in other forms. For example, and also we have seen recently that the Election Commission is working with IIT Madras on using blockchain technology for all those people who are college students, school students, or not school, but college students, etc., working professionals, migrant laborers who are working in different parts of the country, how to get them to vote from the place they are, remote voting, mapping the migrant population, deploying some kind of remote voting machine, etc. Things are being done. Then we also have this big problem. So on the date of voting, your employer has to give you a mandatory leave. It is mandatory. It is mentioned in RPA that the employer has to give you a leave on that day. So it's an off for you. Now it has been found that a lot of people take that leave, don't go to vote. So a few months back, Election Commission said to at least all the government departments, all the PSUs and all the private companies, please find out, appoint an officer and find out the names of all the employees who skip voting after availing leave. Okay, because as I said, section 135B of RP 1951 allows or grants you the right to get a leave on the day of your voting. Now, Election Commission says that once we get the list of all these people who take leave but don't go to vote, and we will force them into attending workshops, special voter awareness workshops for 4 to 6 hours. So when they act over smart, we'll put them, come on, you were trying to save half an hour, come attend the workshop for 6 hours. That will be there. So this will be a better way forward rather than forcing people to vote. Always understand that we are referring to a democracy. There is an element of choice available. Choice also means my choice not to go out and vote, right? So that's there. That is all. as far as compulsory voting is concerned, if a question is asked, we know very well that our idea should be not forcing people to vote. Let it be optional. Eventually, you will find that there are some people who will never go and vote. Let it be. We don't care. Okay. Issue number 2, right to recall. So what is this right to recall? Right to recall is a very interesting concept. Right to recall is a concept that is not there in India, at least in Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha and all. But what it means basically is, we as people have chosen a leader, MP, MLA, from our constituency. Let us assume, for ease of understanding, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, because he's a popular person. Rahul Gandhi is was an MP from Wayanad. Okay. People voted for him in 2019. But the moment people voted for him, after his first speech, only they realized maybe that, oh, we have made a huge mistake. Sorry, sir, you please come back. We have to choose somebody else. But there is no such option. As of now, we have no option but to tolerate the people who we have chosen for full 5 years. What if we get an option that even before your 5-year term ends, we'll call you back? That, sir, come. Sorry. Now we will have fresh voting, choose somebody else. That is called right to recall. Power of the electorate, meaning voter, to remove elected officials before the end of tenure. Even before your tenure ends, you will be called back. Why? Because very simple, very easy to understand. You did not live up to the expectations of the people. Simple. Right? So this is there. Now tell me, what can be the benefit of this right to recall? Tell me. Benefit. Any benefit? Before 5 years also, we'll call our MPs, MLAs back. Any advantage? And how many of you think this is a good idea? Poll. A for yes, B for no. Okay. Lot of you feel it's a good idea. Tell me then, why good idea? Accountability, they'll function better. Accountable, regular accountability, more accountable, true democracy, checks and balances, more responsible, no place for incompetency, more vigilant, work throughout the tenure, more responsible. Okay, fair enough. This concept was in India, a lot of people, hardly anyone has supported it. But support in India Jayaprakash Narayan was a very vehement supporter of it. In 1974, he for the first time gave this idea. Or Somnath Chatterjee. Even Janata Party in 1977. Or the National Front government. But no other major party has supported this idea. Do we have this concept anywhere in India? Yes, we do. In India, exists at local level. Example, states like MP, states like Rajasthan, states like recently Haryana. But there also, people do not call back. The members of the ward, they are calling back. Don't think the people are calling back. No, no, there also. But in other countries, it does exist. Of course, the example being Switzerland, country with very less population, easy to handle this. It exists in Canada. It exists in USA, not in all, but 19 states in USA. Venezuela. So in all these countries, it does exist. What's the advantage? Of course, accountability. MPs, members, MLAs, accountable. Consistent accountability. Constant. Improves trust. Improves trust of people in the system. Rather, right on the system or government. I have more faith now because I can choose you, I can remove you. Performance gets monitored 24/7, 365 days a year. Consistent monitoring of performance. It also deters against corruption, against any kind of criminality. See, right now, if any leader, their name comes in corruption, what happens? Nothing happens. It's okay, the case is going on. But in case of right to recall, if let's say somebody's name comes in corruption, then the people can remove the person. So I, as an MP, will try to take all those efforts in not having my name dragged in corruption, not having my name dragged in any kind of criminal activity, because if people feel I am corrupt, whether I am corrupt or not, if people feel I am corrupt, they'll call me back. So now the burden is on me to have my name cleared. Clear from all these things, from any kind of allegation, any kind of suspicion. But then, why don't we have this? What are the problems? What do you think? I mean, we don't have it, so there must be some kind of issue. Please understand some very generic things. What is the criteria? Tell me, all those people who are supporting it, how will you measure the performance of your MP or MLA? Tell me, how to measure the performance of your MP or MLA? If election manifesto, that's not possible. If I am not in the ruling party, how can I fulfill the promises? All the Congress MPs, they can't fulfill the promises. How will you measure their performance? Attendance in parliament, that makes no sense. Somebody not attending the parliament may perform very well meeting the people, right? If he's meeting the people regularly, and what if attendance is 75%, then what do you do? Following the right constitution. Of course, they are following the constitution. Development in the area, based on what development? Installing more street lights, that's the municipality's task. MPs cannot develop the area, right? The government makes policies, spends money. So if I am from Congress or some other party, I can't build a bridge in my area. I can only convince the government to sanction funds for me. Convince, that's it. I cannot spend my own money. right? Criminal record. Then if the name is clear, then sufficient reason not to remove. Level of commitment, how do you measure? See, we are referring to exact measurements now. We can't take a feel. The vibe check is not there. That will not be there. See, it is almost impossible to measure somebody's performance, especially an MP not from the government. Secondly, when do you want to initiate it? Time. How much time do you want to give the MP? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 2.5 years? What if it requires what if my idea of governance requires long-term perspective? Imagine a situation. If I have to, let's say, improve the law and order in my area, do you think it can happen overnight? It may take 10, 15 years. Improving the delivery of justice, bringing down pendency of cases, it may take 15, 20 years for us to stabilize. But you are giving them only 2 years of chance. This means what? I am forced into a people-pleasing behavior. Constantly shouting, Pakistan is useless, dirty country, we are the best. That's what I'll do. I will try to always take populist steps which will appeal to masses. Whether the step is working or not, whether it has long-term benefit or not, I don't care, because I have to save my seat every day. That's there. Then consistent elections. What if it happens again and again and again? In our country, people don't go out and vote once in 5 years. We are asking them to vote again and again. They'll say, this is a daily thing, yeah, come on, let's not vote only. After the 4th time, 2 people have come up to vote. That's a problem. Instability. What if the PM only is removed as an MP from his area? Then what do you do? Right? So it can always cause instability in the governance. And the process. What? How to perform? Let us say, you say, sir, let us take the signature of 50,000 MPs, 50,000 people. And if 50,000 people sign, then we will start the process of voting. Who verifies signature? In our country, when every kid knows how to sign for their parents right from childhood, do you think ECI can verify their signature? Not possible, right? Somebody says exclude PM. Excluding PM will do nothing. What if BJP, what if currently 100 MPs from BJP are recalled by the people? Then what? Government collapses. It's not just about the PM only. It's about the ruling party majority also. So see, this idea seems very nice on paper. No, recall people. Come on, power to the voter. It is not practically possible. 5 years is sufficient time. We need to give them time like that for them to take steps, then evaluate their performance, and then implement it properly. After 5 years, we get a chance to vote. That's sufficient. Any interference with this process will have crazy implications. So this idea looks beautiful on paper, very nice, noble, consistent accountability. But in reality, the practical challenges are so many that this will not work, frankly, especially in such a large democracy like India, right? And when you have the first past the post system in India, right? Wherein the moment you get the highest number of votes, you win the election. There is a higher chance of more people being against you than people being in favor of you. We cannot take example of Switzerland, Canada. These are countries with very less population, right? Understand the population challenges also. So just because something happens in Switzerland or in Canada does not mean it is the best thing. It is best suited for them, not for us, right? So that is all. as far as the right to recall is concerned, we are done with our discussion for the day. Oh, it's almost time now. So that's all. Tomorrow we'll discuss this issue called electoral bonds, a small topic. I'll just tell you what are these bonds and what are the issues pertaining to electoral bonds. That's all for today, guys. Jai Hind. What issues, questions, if any? What if fatigue? What is fatigue? Fatigue means getting tired. Hey, don't ask me English words there. Come on. People getting tired from voting again and again. How judiciary is held accountable? Through removal, right? That's the only way. As of now, that's the only way in which we are holding judiciary accountable. If they go crazy, then we can remove them from the parliament. Sudesh, right to recall in other countries works in different fashions. Like in Switzerland, they get the sign of 50,000 people, then they allow it for voting, etc. As I said, like in Haryana, in our country, in Haryana, in the local elections, panchayat elections, if 50% ward members give a notice, then secret voting takes place, 2/3 majority is there, and the sarpanch, etc. can be removed. So here also people don't get a chance to vote. Bhumika, openly they distribute money during elections. What's the solution? Solution is to take a photograph and send to Election Commissioner's office. Reporting. If you find this happening, report. And eventually it all boils down to people's awareness. We have all these issues that we are claiming that the politicians are corrupt. They are bribing the voter. They are bribing whom? Us only, right? If we stop taking the bribes, then how will they bribe? See, corruption only empowers the people who are controlling power, because now they get to choose and decide. Decisions are not based on merit, but on the paying capacity. So corruption only empowers people in authority. Ravi, no, that is a right to recall. That is there in Haryana. That's the exact process. Tarun, understanding the practical application of it. If something cannot be practically applied, makes no sense. I mean, however good the idea may be on paper, imagine you say 20 hours of studies every day, 4 hours of sleep, that's it. And in 3 months, I'll have finished my optional, my GS paper 1 and 2. Great. Idea is so noble, but can you study for 20 hours regularly for 4 or 5 days also? It is detrimental to health. Similarly, so always understand whether your suggestion is practical or not. Devansh. No, Devansh, cases can be filed depending on violation of a law. If a law is being violated, cases can be filed. Yes, Bhumika, true. They may show vengeance. They will delay your work. Take it secretly, right? If they threaten us, so what? We complain, police take action. After that, what? If police take action, then what? Police has taken the action. Task is over. That's why, Snehlata, the whole point is that we have to understand, not become fools, right? Think of this as that narcissistic relationship that we are sharing. So I'm sure a lot of you here must have been involved at some point of time in a very toxic relationship. You can't leave the person also, but you know you are suffering. That's the same thing. We know that the politicians are making a fool of us. Still, we are getting trapped again and again. So it has to stop. Literacy levels, education levels, awareness levels have to be increased. Sai Dinesh, as I said, approaching courts, becoming more aware, forming some social club, forming some group to help each other out. Shallow, approaching the police. How will they know about who is complaining? Anonymous complaints. Be smart also. Vigilante. Nobody is saying be a vigilante there. Be a smart person, right? Yes, we can keep our identity a secret as long as the documents you submit are sufficient enough on their own. It will be a secret. Okay, guys, that's all. Harshita, sir, under Section 9, the person gets disqualified in his tenure under government or after that by doing corruption. No, if you have been removed from service on the ground of corruption or disloyalty, then from the date of removal for the next 5 years, you can't contest elections. That's it. Sai Dinesh, in India, if we see police rather than feeling secure, yes, of course. As somebody said, we never are full of joy. Oh, police. No. We always feel, oh, police has come. Some problem is there. That's true, actually. That's true. Let's hope you become that IPS officer who people would love to approach to get the problem solved. Be the change we want to see in others, right? Snehata, firstly, you are biased in favor of IAS officers. It may not always be an education level which makes a good politician. A sense of understanding, a sense of empathy, other qualities also required. And IAS is already there to make better policies. But you also have to have other humane qualities to make a good leader, right? So those elements need to be there. Okay, that is all for today, guys. Let's meet tomorrow. Revise properly. Till then, that's all for me for today. Jai Hind.